Somebody talking. Call this meeting to order. We'll call it at 6 o'clock. I'd like to thank everybody that's here for showing up. Appreciate you. Let's go to roll call.
Eldon Larson,
I'm here.
Dayton Flake,
Here.
Karsten Flake,
I'm here.
Pat Hansen,
Here.
Lexi Nelson.
Here.
Okay, that brings us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Do I have a volunteer to lead the pledge? All right, thanks, Pat.
I
pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ken. Do I have a volunteer to give an invocation? Okay, thanks, Carson.
Our gracious Heavenly Father, as we come before Thee, we give Thee thanks for the great things that we have. Grateful for the moisture that we've received on our dry lands. Please help us to continue to have the moisture that we need to sustain ourselves. We're grateful for the country that we live in and the opportunity to serve how we please and to worship as we please. We're grateful for the service of those around us that protect us and take care of our country. And Heavenly Father, we ask that the things that we discuss will be in accordance to what's best. And we say these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Karsten. All right, I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda as listed. Got a second from Dayton. Do we have any comments, anything anybody wants changed? Okay, call for a vote. Myself, yes. Karsten?
Yes.
Lexi?
Yes.
Kat?
Yes.
Thank you. You got the next thing.
Motion to approve the minutes of the March 18th. Regular meeting.
So,
Is there any discussion needed, any changes needed to the minutes? Call for the vote. Carson?
yes.
Yes. Kat? All abstain? Right, that brings us to Mr. Fields and Superintendent report.
Yes, thank you. I think we should start this off with the recognition of the girls' basketball team, state champs, that is. So I'll invite Coach Bushman and his coaches and his team to come up here maybe and in front of the board, and we'll ask you a few questions or let you tell us the best things about your season. Come on up. Julia, get a picture. Yeah, right here.
We talk to the board,
Yeah.
these other people don't matter.
Oh, they do matter. Okay, this is the group, huh?
I'll take it, Julie.
This is awesome. Make sure you get the coaches here. Those coaches are hard to get. Don't drop it.
Yeah.
All right, everybody look this
Super
way.
Bowl ball
1,
back.
2, 3.
Very proud of you, girls. Anything, coach, you want to mention?
Yeah, you'll notice here, we've got JB here with us. Okay, that's a very important thing because a lot of times varsity gets all this credit, but without the JV team, varsity doesn't get the practice time they need, right? They don't get the competition and stuff like that. So I want to give a shout out to our JV players. You know, they did a great job this year, lots of good improvement. Next thing I'd like to say is we are grateful to the school board, to our principals, to our custodians, to our transportation, everybody under the sun, because we can't do what we've done without all that help. So, a couple of bragging rights stats I think we can get to.
Okay.
Our record this year was 30-5. The 4 of the 5 games we lost were in tournaments, so they don't count towards our regular season record. The 1 game we lost was to Chinle, which is a 3A school. We lost to them by 4.
Typically, there's not that many games, so you guys played more games. That's awesome. Usually it's under 30, isn't it?
With just the regular season games, it's 18, then you get 2 tournaments. These 2 tournaments that we went to, we got 4 in one and 6 in the other one.
That's great.
So, our average, we scored 2,087 points this year. Our opponents scored 873. We averaged 59.6 points per game, and they averaged 24.9. We won't talk about 3-pointers because that's only 20% of our scoring. Actually, that's only 20% made.
About percentage, field goal percentage. That was probably good.
Our field goal percentage was 43%. So, the stats that I love the most are deflections, steals, and rebounds. We had a goal, how many deflections a game? How many deflections a game?
35.
And how many steals a game?
25.
And we were working to stay under 12 turnovers a game. So our deflections, we had 1,118, which is an average of 31.9 per game. Our steals, we averaged 26.1, and our turnovers was 14.8. So,
Good stats.
good stats, good numbers. Probably the most important thing to say about this team is, I get to nominate students or student athletes to the all academic 1A through 3A team. 9 of our 12 athletes are on that team, which means they have a 3.5 GPA or higher.
That's great.
And we won't point out who didn't make it. So,
Your girls probably don't know this, but this gentleman here, your coach, he was a great rebounder. He set some records himself, so I'm not surprised his team can rebound.
well, we won't talk about if we rebounded more offensively. So, any questions you have for any of the ladies?
Yeah, I think we do. I'll start off. So who's the team captain this year?
Raise your hands. Raise your hands, there's 4 of them.
Okay.
Raise your
That's
hand. Raise it high.
good. One of these girls that was handling the basketball at the elementary assembly, and the girls trying to take it, and she was dribbling around, not letting them take it. Pretty good. So tell me something that's special about this team.
The chemistry, how we all play together. Like basically like we play like a role system.
I noticed that they weren't very selfish. Nobody was selfish. You guys shared the ball and you worked hard. Guys, any questions?
Sure, what was the hardest part of the season? What was the toughest part of the season? I'm not talking games or anything. What was basketball's the longest season? What was the toughest part of it?
The toughest part was waiting like 2 weeks, was it? To play another game.
Yeah.
Forced day?
Yeah.
So what was the best part of the season besides obviously winning the state? All right, Joseph, still on track. Got that. Anybody else have any questions?
I got a question. You don't need to answer it out loud. What did you learn this year that will make you better next year, that you're gonna work on in between?
Step up.
I want to hear from a junior. Who's a junior?
Big tall.
No, it's an easy question. I just want to know what a prediction is for next year. Are we going to repeat?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, get that in a minute, somebody.
All right, I got one more question. This is for, I truly believe sports is education for life. So what did you learn playing basketball that's going to help you for the rest of your life?
Yeah, stay disciplined.
Stay disciplined, very good. Anything else?
That you're not gonna get something if you just have the talent, you have to work for it, you have to have attitudes, like everything. You can't just be good and expect to play.
I mean, nobody's just going to hand it.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Those are great things to learn for life. Thank you.
Hey, sure appreciate you. Anything else, Coach?
I just want to say one thing that makes this championship so much sweeter. The previous 2 years, we were state runner-up. We were almost there. Beginning of this year, we had one goal only, and that was to win that state championship. And these girls stuck to the plan, stuck to the system. Coach Dan did an amazing job with these girls this year, and we won it all. So proud of you girls.
Very impressive.
Do me a favor, that we're live streaming this on YouTube. The camera's right here.
Oh.
Everybody turn around and wave. Okay, maybe you can go sit down.
Thank you. Job for a couple of years. All right, we're up. Takes good players to win the state championship. There's plenty of players and good teams that have never won the state championship. So my confidence for working together. Okay, back to other school business. You have my written report, and I'll add anything that you would like to this report. Generally speaking, standardized testing is going on right now. And this is the major contributing factor to our school letter grades. So we're watching that closely. We are looking at potential project with Train or a similar HVAC company to redo our end-of-life system. The system is operational now, but we're concerned that it could leak or get worse, and the maintenance costs seem to be going up each year. So we'd like to look at options, but this would be a high dollar project, something that potentially we would need to go to bond for. And maybe the track could be part of that if the board was interested in making that happen. This is probably 3 to 5 million if we do it straight, like they project. The track would be, I think it was 700,000 or 800,000. So there's a difference. But now I think we need to slow down and reconsider some things because as I think most of you know, there was a comment by the president about Cholla power plant today, and Steve wanted to run this little video for you.
Or if you haven't seen it.
Volume.
A lot of heat and a lot of environmental nonsense. From now on, we'll ensure that our nation's critically needed coal plants, as an example, remain online and fully operational. They're always going to be operational. And again, we're going to have guarantees that government cannot close them down, close you down, and destroy your lives. To that end, I'm also instructing Secretary Wright to save the Cholla coal plant in Arizona, big plant, which has been slated for destruction. We're going to keep those coal miners on the job, going to tell them to just remain calm because we're going to have that plant opening and burning the clean coal, beautiful clean coal, in a very short period of time. You know all about that, right? That's a big one. As part of our historic deregulatory efforts this afternoon, I'm also granting immediate relief to 47 companies operating 66 coal plants, very big ones all over the country, recusing and making them available for coal production almost in the immediate future, but we're going to be crushing Biden-era environmental restrictions. These are restrictions that made it impossible to do anything having to do, frankly, with energy, even beyond coal. It's really beyond even coal. We have clean air, we have clean water, and now we have clean coal. And at the same time, we're gonna do other things and with other forms of technology and also energy, like our country has never really seen before and never been known to do before because of all sorts of restrictions having to do with the Green New Scam.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. But yeah, I guess we'll wait to see what happens. Not sure what the implications would be because I think Troy is already shut down, but some of you probably know better than me. It's interesting. We have met with finance experts on what a bond would look like if we qualified, and we definitely would. And until they change their assessment out there, the majority of a bond would be paid by the businesses district, and the main one being Troy Power Plant. So it's still a viable option, and we're looking at that. Several other things on my report, but I won't bog you down with that unless you have questions. The contract with Coal Creek T-Mobile has not been officially set, but it looks like it's going to happen.
That is, Mr. Mills, they did want to meet briefly on a call tomorrow if you're available.
Yeah.
If you're interested. But yeah, our attorneys have reviewed it, and I think I sent that to all board members so you could see just a few things that they put to clear it up, for clarifying purposes. Other than that, I'll turn it over to any questions.
So is that what, there's a van and a tower out there, like in the softball parking lot? Are they doing some testing or something?
No, that's AT&T doing a temporary one. First, they asked permission, and it's a temporary one on trailer.
Okay.
So it's only going to be there a few days.
Why do they want to put that tower where it is, right next to the bleachers?
I don't really
I think
know.
it's proximity to power, because there's a transformer right there.
Maybe.
Or
It just seems like weird.
There's
spot.
pulling power off of the
They
light
they
pole.
put it on the
Right.
light pole. They put a light pole up and it goes on the light pole, so it has to be on, next to one of those 4 football lights.
Okay.
Well, yeah, they're running a separate power line from that.
Well, yeah, I saw the
Yeah,
drawing. I just
yeah.
wondered why it was there. It just seems like a weird spot to put it. It's kind of in the middle of.
I think they picked the spot. We didn't tell them there. But yeah, everyone on our team kind of agreed that they thought it would be okay there. If you could think of a reason it might be in the way or whatever, we can address that with them.
I just worry about kids climbing on it and stuff, but if there's a plan to keep them off of that, just knowing my own kid, if he seems, "Ooh, look, I can climb that, so I'm gonna go
Right.
climb it." So I just worry about safety issues.
I'll ask them tomorrow when I meet with them on the phone call. So that's a good.
Any other questions? All right, thanks, Mr. Phillips.
Yeah.
Appreciate the information. That brings us to the request to speak to are there any?
Yes, we have Martin Rose, and he wishes to speak on the athletic policy and coaching.
As the board are requested to complete the sign-in sheet prior to the meeting. Members of the board may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter or scheduling the matter for a future agenda.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I stand before you today humbled and grateful for the opportunity to return as head coach for this great football team. To say that this journey has been unexpected would be an understatement, but sometimes life in football throws you challenges that test your character, resilience, and love for the game. First and foremost, I want to thank the administration and the players and the fans for believing in me once again. This program means the world to me. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Coaching in Joseph City has always been my dream job. And having the chance to lead this team again is not something that I take lightly. To the players, past and present, your dedication, hard work, and passion for this game are the true heart of this program. I've always believed that coaching isn't just about X's and O's, that it's about the lessons we learn and the trust we build together, and I'm honored to earn that trust again. To the fans, your support, even through the ups and downs, is what makes this place special. I promise to give everything I have to make you proud. And finally, to those who made the tough decisions in the past, I respect them. Every challenge is an opportunity to grow, and I've used this time to reflect, to learn, and to become a better leader. I return with a renewed energy, a fresh perspective, and the same relentless drive to build something great. Football is about second chances. It's about getting knocked down and getting back up. It's about playing for something bigger than yourself, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you for welcoming me back. I'm excited to work together to continue to build this program. That being said, I also want to emphasize the importance of consistency and fairness, not just in football, but across all sports and coaching positions. Every program, every athlete, and every coach deserves the same level of support, stability, and respect. Success isn't built overnight. It takes time, trust, and commitment. As we move forward, I hope we continue fostering an environment where all sports are given the support and patience needed to thrive. Something I feel that is necessary is a consistent approach to handling player and coach conduct. I can only speak for what I've seen and experienced. I've been to volleyball games, wrestling matches, basketball games, baseball games,
And I know that as a football team, we had one unsportsmanlike foul all season. I've worked hard to instill accountability, commitment, and discipline in this program. It's hard to build a program if those attributes are not enforced across all sports. I'd like to make sure that the football team handles their player conduct consistently with how other sports handle their infractions. As an example, making sure that a personal foul in football is handled in a similar way to something like a technical foul in basketball, or even how the ejections were handled throughout this season. That way, players and coaches know what standards are expected at Joseph City High School. I see nothing but benefit to all sports by crafting some sort of a district policy or at least a guideline that holds all coaches and players consistently accountable. Something more objective rather than a subjective standard. Because at the end of the day, we're all part of the same team, and supporting and working together is what will continue to make our programs and our school district great. Thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Appreciate the comments.
Was that the only one? I get, okay.
Okay, we'll move to consent agenda. I'll make the motion that we approve the consent agenda items as listed. That's items under number 6, so 6A through 6D. Got a second from Dayton. Any discussion needed for those?
I just wanted to ask, so all of the classes that are listed under the dual enrollment, those are all the ones that our school offers?
I'm not sure where you're looking, but yes, we offer English, and we're planning on offering math dual credit.
Well, this was a huge list.
Well, that could also be the talent program. It's like satellite. Is that what
Yeah, we also offer, considered, you get credit for NPC and through us.
Yeah.
We don't really call them specifically dual enrollment. Those, we usually call dual enrollment classes that our teachers teach. But through NPC, we offer a lot of classes that they can take during the school day that count as credit for both.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just impressed because there was.
It's called concurrent enrollment.
Right, okay.
But like you said, that's the terminology we use. If it's one of our teachers, we call it a dual enrollment. And that's typically Lori Bowler, and sometimes in wood shop, we've had it, but next year, he's got Trina Larson, I think, lined up.
We're looking to get, add a math class there.
On top of all those talent classes with concurrent.
But there's dozens and dozens of classes that kids can take
Oh,
through
yeah,
NPC.
that's amazing. I was just surprised at the list. That's great.
How close are we to wood shop and welding being dual enrollment again?
Not close. But we haven't discussed that. It requires you to go take some coursework that qualifies through NPC. So a lot of times it requires some master's level courses. For construction and welding, it's not as demanding as it is for math. But we haven't had we haven't made any progress on getting that.
We'd like to do it eventually with home ec too, I think, like we had at one point. But, and of course, we know it's very popular with all parents. But it can be hard to find a teacher that can get those certifications and stuff. So that's something every place, I think, struggles with. But we're doing okay now.
Can I come in and visit with you sometime about what it might take to get that, and if there's anything I could do to help with those? Thank you.
All right, any other discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, call for the vote, Lexi?
Yes.
Kat?
Yes.
Myself, yes.
Yes.
Kirsten? Yes, okay. That brings us to action items, personnel requests. So we're on 8A.
Yep, you can do it in one motion or individual, or just call a few out that you wanted to ask questions about, however you'd like to do that.
First, I'll make a motion that we approve all the personnel requests as listed. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion needed? Notice we have like some resignations there. We appreciate people that have worked for our school, but have need to resign. We appreciate all the things that they've done for us. Some of them worked for us for quite a long time, like Irene's been. Wow. Discussion.
What are the two new teachers going to teach that are on here? Tyler Murphy and,
I'll let Mr. Moser, if he would like to, or I could explain.
He'll be in 4th and 5th grade math.
okay,
So
Mr. Miller, you want to tell us about Tara?
Yes, she's just teaching junior high math.
nice.
Are we good for next year, or do we still lack?
We've got some work to do still.
Anything else? Alright, call the vote. Kat?
Yes.
Dave? Myself, yes. Carson?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Lexi. Hey, that brings us to 8B. Employee requests to retire with the intention to return to work as contracted staff for FY 25-26. So I see that we only have one resignation there, but I'll make a motion to approve the request to retire as listed. Okay, so that opens it up for discussion. So do we need to approve both to retire and then coming back for work? Or do we do the retire now and that they're coming back for work
I think just to
next time?
retire.
The agenda item, the intent was to do it all in one motion unless you don't want to. But to accept the resignation and retirement and to approve the rehire unless you want to break it into two motions. But it's agendized, so you could do it in one motion.
Okay.
And I'll add a little bit to this once you get a second. Or was it second?
Yeah.
Okay, so also remember that after 1 year of doing a third-party contract, ESI, these employees who would like to will have to come back to the board and get a recommendation to be rehired by the district at that point.
A year from now.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's ESI for 1 year, that's the third party, and then the board, the district can decide if we want it back or not.
And I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, that would be a separate thing that we would do a year from now. So, this would just be to bring these people back on July 1.
For the 25-26 year.
Yes.
I think they've all been approved to return next year anyway, right?
Right, yes, they've all been approved as a contract, but now they're retiring,
Yeah.
and so that's gonna change the contract. Do you have the contracts ready that we would have? I mean, they know how much money they're gonna be getting, so on and so, because I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Right,
We
so
have
we
the
need to know.
We have the numbers, not in a contract form, but he has them in like.
And it would depend on what you all approved tonight too.
So generally, we'd like to know.
They want to know if we're saving money or losing money, Steve,
We're
by
saving
doing
money,
this.
we're saving, money. Not a huge amount, but we're saving, it'll be less than as a contractor than as an employee, the cost of the district will be. Actually, quite a bit less if you count insurance.
Go ahead and tell us, so they don't pay into retirement, or we don't have to pay into retirement, and insurance has to be bought through ESI.
Right.
So those are the two places where we save on every employee that does this. Now, they make, the employees, including myself, they make more because they can start claiming the retirement when this happens. But it's not at the expense of the district.
Okay, I like to know exactly what the numbers are.
Yeah.
Before we do.
And I know we have.
Don't get me wrong, like Katie,
Steve can tell us
Daryl,
right now.
more than happy to have you come back. I just want to make
You don't have
sure
to
they
pull it
know
up.
what the numbers are and we know what the
Yeah,
numbers
so
are.
it's your full retirement minus what, Steve, that they pay to ESI?
Sorry, that went up. I'm sorry, what was your question?
So what are the fees they pay through ESI and which ones do we cover this year?
We pay their salary amount, the gross amount of their salary plus, I believe it's 18.5% or thereabouts to cover their benefits and overhead to ESI. If they work, if they work as an employee, that rate is about 20 to 21% plus another, depending on what insurance they sign up for, another $10,000 to $11,000 per person that we pay on their behalf of their insurance. That would go away as a contractor. So there's what the
2% and 10,000 each person.
Yeah, so their salary would be whatever it would have been next year as an employee. The gross pay, the amount of the contract would be whatever it would have been next year if they were an employee. It's just it's the overhead where we save.
ESI takes a cut of theirs too, so there's a cut in there for them managing that. So we pay ESI and ESI pays these employees.
Okay, so they've been sat down with and they know what their money's gonna be.
I've talked with them.
They have been emailing back and forth.
Financial advisor about it.
Yeah, they've all given us.
She has sat down with her financial advisor.
All four of these have notified us in writing that they want to do this. So.
Right. So I get that. I get that they want a retirement, and it, to me, especially if you're a teacher, when you retire and you start double dipping, that's when you're finally maybe getting close to what you're worth. So I don't have a problem with that. I just want to make sure that we got our eyes.
Their take home will probably be like, if anyone wanted to estimate it, I would say 75% of their salary and then their full retirement. So that's how I think is pretty close, right, Steve?
Mm-hmm. So the amount would be whatever their contract is right now, plus whatever you all approve tonight for the increase. That's what it would be.
So the raise will be part of it as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions that they want?
No problem. If you have any questions or want some more information or whatever, just let me know.
Okay. There's no more questions. I guess I would like to have more solid, something that I've seen in writing saying this is what's going to happen instead of just.
We actually have it. It might not be final prepared for board eyes. Steve likes to make everything, check it over twice, but we, I think there's one for all of us that we looked at to make sure.
So is it a big deal if we approve the retirement and with the intent to come back and approve them coming back with a contract next month?
Yeah, it's fine. And there's some time things with the retirement. You got to get your paperwork all in line by July 1st, but I don't know if there's a deadline for this paperwork.
Yeah, in talking with folks, they're nervous about, they want to make sure they're going to have a job before they officially retire. So that's why they wanted to do it all at once. The Arizona State Retirement System wants you to start that process 3 months in advance.
So has everybody been notified that this could go to, did anybody say we don't want this to go to executive session? It wants to be talked about out here? Were they all notified that we could talk about it?
I don't know if it was 48 hours, but they've all been notified.
We were notified on Friday.
On Friday?
Yeah, if he didn't check his email, I don't know, did you text him or check? So,
okay.
I think the teachers are good. I don't know about Steve. You can do whatever with me, it's fine. And if you want to stay after and look at those numbers, I have them on my computer.
Okay.
But they're expecting the gross will be what they're they would make if they didn't retire here, but instead of paying them, we pay ESI, and ESI takes out all this stuff.
And they're all aware that that costs them something for ESI to do it for that 1 year.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'd like to change, I'd like to motion that we go into executive session to discuss the retirements and coming back on contract. Okay, I got a second. I gotta have a vote on that. Dayton?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Karsten?
Yes.
Yes.
Lexi? Kat?
Yes.
All right, then we'll go into.
If you want me to come pull the numbers while you're in there. I
Yes,
can do
that would be nice.
All right, let's go.
Okay. Make it 6:36.
Do you need contracting notes?
I think I got it. I think you've sent them to me. So
And you gotta bring the paper.
so you gotta read it to us.
Yeah.
Dayton, can I look at your notes? I missed a second. Sure.
So what did you do?
waiting on us. We're out of executive session at 7:14. We'll open the regular session at 7:14. Unfortunately. Disconnected from the meeting. So give me a second here. Okay, so I'll make a motion that we approve the request to retire and return to work as presented.
I'll second it.
Any discussion needed? Okay. Call for the, where am I at? Kat, am I at you? I don't remember.
I don't know, but my vote is yes.
Okay. Dayton?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Karsten?
Yes.
Lexi?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That brings us to 8C.
So
I will make a motion that we open for discussion, employee pay increases for 2025-26.
Okay.
Okay. So you want to
Yeah, we-
present on what you got so far?
Sure, and so this, that Steve's gonna pull up is going to just base at 1.5% for most employees, but not that minimum wage because they already went up. Or wait, no, it's, who gets a 2%, Steve, on there? I
Okay,
can't quite see it.
Yeah, let me get it lined up.
Support staff, which is
Yeah.
mostly classified, maintenance, custodial, anybody who's not a teacher or manager.
Okay, any particular reason why we did 2% there and only 1%?
Yeah, you want to take that, Steve? or-
Yeah, that was kind of the target, just because that's what we think the minimum funding increase from the state will be. Of course, we don't know for sure until the legislative session is done, probably in May or June, and they may end up coming up with more money for teachers. There's always talk of that, but we thought that would kind of be a reasonable baseline to shoot for.
It's per hour for them. They're all hourly, the support staff, so 2% kind of makes
What their hourly pay is.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we can also show you where we're gonna pay for this out of, and if you have questions about what it would do to our budget if we increased it to 2% for everybody or something, whatever you guys wanna look at, we have the capability to do that here.
I would like to see what it does if we do, let's start with at least a 2 for the teachers.
Well, currently, the one he's got up is,
1.5.
1.5, but
Yeah.
with a $500 base increase.
that's to bring the bottom up so we don't have, but, the total cost for the district is 95. We show them that box, Steve.
Right here.
Yeah. 95,000. We would have to, or we can use some other funds to pay for the teachers' raise, that 301, Proposition 301 money. Teachers qualify to get that in a raise, so just 34 would be, about 35,000 would be coming out of the M&O budget.
So what is that number if we increase teachers, management to 2% and support staff to 2.5%?
Okay, what I'm gonna do is put this number, this 34,000, excuse me, the 95,000 over here, just so you have to reference back to when I change these other numbers. Let's see, 4. Can't type. Try that again. Okay, 95.
We're expecting about a 2% increase to our budget.
Okay, so you're saying 2%? I'm sorry, what was
Change the 1.5s to 2 and the 2 to 2.5.
The increase we get from the state varies with the attendance or
So that number goes from 95,000 to 115,000.
About 20,000.
What's your, well, yeah, but the projected is 100. So really, you would have to find 15.2 from somewhere else, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Do we foresee a problem of finding 15.2 for summer else?
We've got some things we're working on to save for next year. Big one is
Counseling.
gonna be counseling, yeah.
We're hoping it's gonna be around 100.
Yeah, and maybe that tower, you get that going, that'll be good. And I think our enrollment is gonna be going up, I hope, a little bit. We're increasing our preschool, offering, so that may help a little bit. Not that much, counseling probably.
As of right now, we have one less teacher at the elementary next year, right? Or is it staying the same?
I'm working on
Yeah, I think it's one less FTE right now as it stands, but there could be an increase of aides too, so.
Yeah. I'm not saying we count all of that.
So yeah, there's no replacement for, two teachers, Pete Perini.
Where are we high school wise? Will we be right at the same teacher wise?
One more teacher and I'll be back to where I was.
And we're planning on getting that, correct?
Well, yeah, but there are some things with that too, like AD. And, cause that's 2 periods. If we continue music at the elementary, depend on, he's talking about adding a couple classes too, so might not be full-time equivalents, but part-time. I know it's hard to say. Next one up, I think he's working on is ag.
Ag and facts, and then some minor electives.
Okay.
so like more electives than we have already.
No, just so
Just
that
replace
the position that I'm working on right now would include ag, facts, and a couple other classes.
Okay. So we're not thinking about adding any classes that we don't already have,
We
Maybe,
discussed adding a couple.
other than facts, or do we already have?
We already have facts.
Tell him the idea.
So what's
One of them is called, we haven't decided on a great name, but putting a Wildcat store out online and in person where people can buy. We have big questions all the time about, can we buy Wildcat gear, shirts, t-shirts, and other things, mugs, whatever. And so the class would be, an online store and producing and buying items and selling them to the public.
Would it kind of be, not
So
exactly.
like a
but-
business class kind of sort of?
Yeah, he just analyzed the numbers, they don't pay for itself.
Yeah, I think it would pay for itself with just the profit we made.
Kind of a business yearbook.
What do you mean?
Well, the yearbook is all over the place. There's a class where they do but they go take pictures.
Oh, yeah.
So a similar,
Right?
What's that?
But with t-shirts.
Yeah, t-shirts, mugs, chairs, whatever. it ends
Yeah,
up
make
being.
sure you do some decent stadium chairs.
Yeah, I know. We get some requests, we get a lot. So yeah, it would include a lot of that kind of stuff and that we would sell it for a profit.
So that's not a bad idea. That
We already have one machine where we can do a lot of that, like iron-on stuff and other things, but.
I'd also like him to look at for another intervention class, depending on what our scores come back like.
If-
the math.
if we did that, would we make the t-shirts, buy the t-shirts, buy the stuff or make it?
Haven't finalized all the details on that side of it.
Because if we could make our own shirts, it might save us money.
I know this is off the side of it, is that like, so sports teams would always buy a t-shirt for everything, you're thinking get it through there, or, because now you're looking at a couple of community businesses that might, this business, I don't know how bad that would affect.
We don't have all the details on all of that lined out, so
Okay.
I hate to say.
Just an idea right
Exactly.
now.
Well, I'm just throwing out the possibilities that are out there that could be.
But regardless of all that, it's not gonna affect whether or not we can give a bigger raise, you don't think?
I'm sure the profits we make off that would pay for one class, a teacher in that for one class.
Okay.
No doubt.
I mean, that's the overall question. You know me, I like to give as much a raise as I possibly can squeeze out.
So if we do this, we'll probably be okay financially, right? But if we get more, we could relook at and upping some of these numbers potentially based on next year's budget, based on next year's enrollment and whatever else. We could do a stipend like we have in the past, things like that.
Yeah, I would say that 150,000, 15,000 is kind of pushing it. But remember, this is the number to compare to this 41,000 to that 100,000. Because that's all that would, of that increase, that's the amount that would be funded out of M&O, and the rest of it would be funded out, mainly classroom site fund, and then some of the federal grants. So, but that's a good thing, because the $100,000 has to cover inflationary increases in supplies and services and all that as well. So we don't want to spend that whole increase on salaries. So that's a good number, that 41,000. And then of course, yeah, we'll see what the legislature does. And that could either be as in the form of a stipend. Typically, it's just an addendum to their contract, and we would add to that, because we'll know that what that number is before we have to start paying people.
But we need to give our staff as much as we reasonably can.
Sure. We got to give President Trump some time to work out.
So personally, I like to do a minimum of 3. What does it look like at 3?
Cutting into more of that,
I'm sure.
Money.
So then the question is, what can we do? I mean, really, you went 10 on that, on the fund 001.
Mm-hmm. And so it changes, Steve, so now.
Yeah, so now
50.
The total over here is 147,000. Of that, 51 would be out of Fund 01. At this point, all of the teacher increase we would put into classroom site fund, because we built up so much money in there. We need to spend it. We need to spend it for teachers.
What did they say inflation is from last year to next year?
I'm not sure what the inflation rate is, but the statute. The statute that drives what our increases are is looking to be about 2% for schools. Now, inflation is higher than that, but the inflationary increase in funding for schools is about that.
I'm just curious what the inflation is to anyone's home.
Oh, yeah.
From this school year we're in to next school year. I'm just curious if anybody has that projected number.
For just the economy?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I would estimate about 3%. Our insurance is going up about 4% for employees on like co-pays and stuff, but it's 4% of that amount of insurance. So the 2%, if we go with that, would more than cover the increase in insurance.
Yeah. If we change those to 3, do we need to change the support staff to 3.5 because they're also not getting that increase to make it fair? I'm asking if to make it fair, do we need to do that?
I try to do that, yes.
Okay, so put that at 3.5 then.
And that kind of balances out that base increase that the others, the certified people.
AI says the Mesa Scottsdale area is 1.8 this year over last year. The national average is 2.8.
Yeah, have they seen the price of eggs around?
Thank you.
So,
Not including the tariffs yet.
This down here, that's 4.4% is telling you what that. Now,
that would be a 4.4% increase to.
In total, everything that we would put into salaries and benefits. So that doesn't, obviously that's not, that 4.4% isn't they're not gonna see that in their paycheck, because some of it's for taxes and benefits and stuff.
So can we come up with that 55,000 over there now?
Yeah, but I think, you got to take it out of, might be supplies or whatever programs that it would impact. So as we increase that, it comes out of other areas.
I understand that. It has to come from somewhere.
So this would be a little more risky, but if the board, we can make it happen, I feel a little more comfortable if it's only 2%. It's your decision. We can make it happen.
I really want to agree. I think we can figure out to get it done without saying, we're going to have to chop eggs or chop this and chop that. There's
Yeah.
gotta be some places where we can.
I think we can.
Any other discussion? Okay, I will, because I only motioned for discussion, I will make a motion that we, approve the employee pay increases for 2025-26 with the 3%, 3.5%. And everything else as listed. Okay,
I'll second it.
any discussion over that?
Thank you, all the staff, for what you do.
Wait till our test scores come back. No, it's gonna be good.
Can we add that contingent upon how well we grade?
No, that
Well,
would
you
not
make the
be.
teachers happier.
Extra, it's great.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll call for a vote. Nate? Myself, yes.
Yes.
Carson? Lexi?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve and Brian, for coming with those adaptations.
Yes, that was nice to be able to just see a change on board. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Good.
I'll make a motion. We are now on 8D. I'll make a motion that we approve employee benefits and health insurance for the 2025-26 as presented. Can I get a second? Dayton?
Okay, and we have a similar chart Steve's prepared.
Try to size it so you can see it all.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to?
I'll tell you what, I'll take them through it quickly. So these are the different plans. You have the ASBE gold plan, the silver, and then the HSA buyout. Okay, there's no increase to the dental or vision, but so an employee can buy
Can
up.
you blow it up this little?
Just a little
Yeah, you just won't be able to see clear to the bottom, but that's fine. We can move it around in just a second.
All right.
And there's the number of employees that do the
That we have in
program.
it right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. So, 21 did the buyout, and the gold is the buy up, right, Steve?
Yes.
And, so employee only is, that's covered by the district. If they want to buy up to that one, it's $750. All the way over to the right, those percentages, that's per paycheck, how much more will be out of their a teacher's paycheck. Like I said, it'll be covered with the raise, cost of living, inflation, whatever. And you can see how much in that last column, how many times.
So where are the ones that we had, where do you see 21 people have?
Down here, employee only, like if you opt out of the insurance,
Oh, yeah.
down there, number of
I
employees.
think
So we've had
No, it's
21
up.
employees
No,
opt
that's-
out of insurance?
no, I
That's on
can't.
the high deductible plan. that
Yeah.
21.
So there's 21 that are employee only that are getting the HSA.
Yes,
High
high deductible.
Correct.
One, yeah, so
That's
if
the only
you,
one that does an HSA is the high deductible.
And the district can't cover the entire amount of that deductible this year. That's a change. So it's 2,600, and on this proposal that we have for you, it only covers 1,600 of that. We knew this, or I knew it was going to happen someday. I didn't know it would be this year, but it was nice, very nice that we could offer that. And we did. But that plan now, they're going to have to fund some of their deductible. It's a health savings account, so maybe they have money saved in it by now.
if you've been in it a while, you probably cover it.
So the total monthly premium is what the district is paying with what the employees are paying included, or is that just the district cost, or?
Yeah, let me just walk you.
That's per month, yes.
Yeah, this amount right here, oh, I can't, it's not a spreadsheet, I can't hide it, but it's, I don't know if you can see can you see my thing? Yeah, that's $673.50. That's what we pay per employee for the high deductible plan. And that's what it costs us. That's covers 100% of that employee's premium. So that's kind of our baseline. Okay, so that's what we fund for the employee. So if you choose to buy up to the silver plan or the gold plan, then you have to pay the difference as an employee between the 673 and whatever your premium is 759, 719. And we do something similar we kick in some toward family coverage. So it's kind of the same thing. So that's what the total monthly premium costs for each person enrolled in whatever plan, it's.
Cost of district.
Yeah, then you come over here and this is what it will cost the employee per month. And then we also break it down into pay period because that's how a lot of people kind of try to budget. And so you can see down here because there we go. I can kind of highlight that. Because that's the one plan we fund 100% of. That doesn't cost the employee anything if you're enrolled in that plan and you have single coverage. If you get family coverage, it's going to cost you down here, say $572 a month.
But that last column I like because he could tell the teachers or whoever could tell them that's how much more out of your paycheck
than what you're used to now in this year. It's going to cost
more than that. So if you're doing high deductible HSA family, you're going to be paying $10.62 more this year per paycheck.
Yes.
Correct.
Than you were last year.
Yeah.
And we're gonna make sure everybody knows that.
Right. We push
So
this
they can-
information out. Yeah. Well, this information goes out when we start open enrollment, which will be in just a few weeks.
Okay. So does this have on it if they opt out and we're paying them for opting out?
It's that, let's see, let me scroll down here a little bit. Okay, right here, I can't pick up the whole thing in the highlight, but that $1,600 is what we contribute per year to the HSA plan for the people who enroll in the high deductible plan. That's all traditionally, that's the same amount that we also pay for people who opt out. So that's.
I remember the reason, sorry to interrupt, Steve, but
Yeah, sure.
to encourage people to use that plan because we knew this, other districts are being hit harder, but we knew it was coming up. So we're trying to encourage people to do that. That's just HSA because we think it's a better deal. And that's why.
Right.
And so somebody that works for the school that opts out of insurance is getting that $1,600.
Yeah, and we pay it in 2 installments, so they don't get it all up front. If they're still here, come
Probably
to
because their
January, then they
spouse
get
or
the
whatever
second.
has insurance that they just go through instead of.
So do you
Yeah.
have a number? How many employees do we have that opt out?
Oh, it varies. Sometimes it's anywhere from 15 to 18. I can tell you it saves us several $100,000 a year.
For the ones that opt out.
Is it just a guesstimate? A quarter, a third, a fourth?
Sounds like almost half.
Almost half.
I would, let's just say 15, but don't hold me to that because it varies
Yeah, I
from year to
understand
year.
that.
Yeah.
But so half of our staff that we pay insurance for or would pay insurance for are opting out. I'm just trying to figure
It's
out.
not half. If it's only 15. It's not.
Yeah, it's not half, but yeah. I'm trying to.
So while you're trying to figure
Our
that
insurance
out,
broker, they break this down for us every year.
so let me ask you a question. If you gave people more money if they opted out, just throwing it. So let's say you said, hey, we'll give you $2,000 if you opt out. Because technically it saves you money because they're not we don't have to pay their insurance
Yeah.
if they opt out. That's
the
at
point.
what point does that become hey, you shouldn't be doing that? Or
That's
you
what
should
we
be
try
doing
to
that, or-
analyze with that. And yeah, I know what you're saying.
And
That's it.
that's why several years ago, we actually increased that opt-out to match that HSA contribution. So people would be incentivized to opt out if they had other insurance. And just keep this in mind too, you can't just opt out. You can only opt out if you have, as an employee, if you have other spouse coverage. Yeah, you can't go out and say and get your own coverage.
Did our broker this year think that we could attract any more people to that? They'll usually tell
No, I
us.
think it's pretty much levels out. The people that are going to do it have done it, if enrolled in that, and have done it for years. I don't know that we would.
So it wouldn't be an incentive to give them a little bit more to get a few more people out.
I doubt it.
Okay.
I think.
And we definitely don't want people to be uninsured.
So let me ask this: if there's 2 employees in the school, can one opt out because the other one chooses family?
No, No, and it's a requirement of our contract. But no, so like my wife and I each have our own insurance, and I can't go on her insurance unless I go, I mean, I actually will next year because I'll be on the ESI. I can be on her dependent coverage, but when we're both employed by the district, we can't do that.
That kind of stinks.
Well, yeah.
They look at every way to make money. These
Oh, I'm
insurance
sure. That's why I asked. I'm like, because that would be.
Well, yeah.
Several people where both people work in the district, it'd be nice if one could opt out, and the other one covers the family.
Yeah, and also what
It just makes sense to me.
what they're trying to do too is to make sure that they have a large enough pool of people here that it actually covers and spreads the cost out.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
If you put that up, at some point, you would get so many people out of the insurance that it wouldn't be worth it anymore. It costs your district.
Because our premiums would probably go up. Yeah.
Okay, that's just asking.
Yeah, no, that's a good
We
question.
wouldn't have made the change, and both Julie and Steve worked on this last year to ASBATE. I think our increases would have been much higher with the company that we were with. Kairos was the insurance, but now we're with ASBATE again.
And we did we didn't do a formal bid offering, but we did get quotes from other providers, and they were way higher. So.
What's the overall feeling, administrators of our health insurance? We're doing all right?
I haven't heard any complaints.
Okay.
I think health insurance is a problem no matter where you're at, so.
Yeah, that's the fact. Especially the older you get, they don't like you because now all of a sudden you want to use your insurance.
Get home.
Okay, any other questions for this? Sorry, I'm drunk. I usually don't drag things out. I'm not dragging things out tonight. Sorry.
Just to point out to you, there's also an attachment in here that gives you kind of the highlights of what's changed from last year, in terms of deductibles and all that. So if you really want to do a deep dive, there's more information there.
There's a whole lot we can do about it. So, I say call for the vote. Myself, yes.
Yes.
Carson, Lexi.
Yes.
Kat.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And, so is this first one, this is the second reading of the first, right?
So we're.
Yeah.
The first one is the second reading.
Yeah.
Okay. I will make a motion that we approve the changes to governing board policies as outlined.
Make a second.
Right, so I need a second. Okay. So we did discuss them all last month. Does anybody still have any questions or anything that they want to point out or any problems with what's on there? Okay.
Excuse me, Ellen, I didn't hear the second.
Sorry. I tried to say who seconded it, but I didn't that time. That's not bad. All right, call for the vote. We're at Karsten.
Yes.
Lexi.
Yes.
Kat.
Yes.
Myself, yes. That brings us to 9A. I will make a motion that we open for discussion and review changes to be considered for adoption of board policy.
Yes. So I don't know if the.
So I need a second. Thank you, second. Okay, there you go.
I don't know if the board has had a chance to look these over, if you've even been sent these. I don't know. Do they send them to you guys as well when they send them to me, or? I'm not sure.
No.
Okay, so there's two packets, real big one and a smaller one. A lot of the changes, they're deleting policies and combining it with other policies with just a few additions or subheadings. That's what most of it is. But I can review them all, but there are a lot.
Yeah, this is huge.
Yeah.
Opportunities for employers and anybody doing something.
Yeah.
So have you reviewed them, Brian?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is there, let me ask this, is there anything that you think as board members, I mean, we should obviously look at all of them, but is there anything that sticks out to you that you go, hey, our community would not appreciate that change?
No, it's nothing substantive really.
You know, because There's been a few of these that have come out, especially when, I'm trying to think of a nice way to say this. Political winds were changing, that we as a board said, no, our community is not gonna accept that type of policy.
Right.
So that's just a reminder, just because the ASBA says you should accept these policy changes, you don't have to. We can still govern ourselves.
Just so you know too, while we're talking about it, our insurance does policy services now too, and a lot of people are going with them. It's what is a trust? The school trust does policies now. And like, I know some districts that are going with them, but I didn't. So.
Okay. But you don't see anything that.
No, there was nothing. It's all highlighted and marked up for us. If you want to see the exact word changes anywhere.
So are we gonna get sent a copy so we can flow through these for the next month?
Yeah, do you want them separate on your board agenda?
No, I guess we can get in there. Everybody knows you can get back in and go look, right?
Number 863 here is the evaluation of board. You can evaluate themselves and set their goals. At no cost, they're providing a link for at least 1 year where you can click on that and set your goals like separately, but then they come together. It's just an easier way, and that's what that whole policy is about. That's the only change to it. So it's taking out words and putting in a link. That specific.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff on there that's like specific to board stuff, which
Sex offender notification. Now they added something to level 1. So I guess level 1 offenders we need to notify everybody about them or something like that.
Keep looking for the policy change that says something along the lines of anybody with the name of Eldon can't be a president. I haven't seen one of those yet.
I guess you could motion for that, on board, but they're probably not gonna make that a statewide thing.
So you have a month to review them again, so.
Okay. So we open it up for discussion, but there's nothing to vote on, right? So we can just move on, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready to move on? Brings us to 9B. I'll make a motion that I'm assuming we're accepting the audit, right? So I'll make a motion that.
No, it's just for information for now.
So I'll make a motion that we open for discussion Joseph City Schools audit and compliance report for fiscal year 23-24. Thank you, Dayton. Got the second? All right. What would you like to point out to?
If I could just take a second. So our audit was completed on time this year. So that was good, obviously. And boards are required to take action to accept audits every year. But what I've done traditionally, and I hope you're okay with that, is the first board meeting that comes along after the audit is issued, I like to just put that as an information item. Then you have a month to review it and look at it, ask questions, so that when you come back for the next meeting to approve it, if you have questions, you've had a chance to review it. It's a lot of stuff. It's kind of complex. It's not something you can just flip through and absorb. So this is to give you some time. But just to kind of walk you through just a few things, there are 4 attachments to this agenda item. The first one is the audited financial statements. Second one is governance communication. According to the auditing standards, they're required to basically write a letter. It's like a form thing that the verbiage is all prescribed. And they tell you what they've done and what, the response, what they're responsible for, what you're responsible for, that kind of thing. The third attachment is what we call a single audit report. That's something that's required for if you receive $1 million or more in federal money. And with COVID, or with the ESSER money, we did. And so we've had to have single audits for several years. It's some additional procedures. That's the cost of the audit, I might add. I think this may be the last year we'll have to do a single audit. So that's what that document is. And then the last document is the USFR compliance questionnaire. And that's one thing the document probably talked about the most with the board, because those are the things that as they go through, they test for compliance on certain things. And the state of Arizona has a whole, it's all prescribed, everything that they have to test for. And so to just summarize here, we did not have any what we would call audit findings on the financial report, which is great. Okay. On the compliance findings, which is a different category, it's not nearly serious as an audit finding. Let's put it that way. I don't know of anybody that's ever gotten no findings on there. You always have something, and the rules change every year, and sometimes you don't find out until the auditors come along and tell you, oh, you were supposed to be doing this or that. One of the things that came out this year is that we now have to, the travel reimbursement rate per mile that we reimburse people, we have to pay the state what the state says. We've always paid a little less than the state, never been a problem until this audit. So now we have a compliance finding on that. That's just an example.
And they took care of that last month.
Yeah. When we found that out, that's why we brought it to the board. So really good audit. We had, I think it was 9 or 10 compliance findings. Typical for schools, the auditors tell me, is about 18 to 20 findings. So we're quite a bit.
We're awesome.
What's that?
We're awesome.
Yeah,
we are awesome. Thank you. And we get a lot of, our auditors, we're very complimentary of our staff, and we have a very, very competent staff. So there'll be things that as you look through those, you'll see that, and a lot, a lot of it is, something we just missed, And I want to tell you too, that when we complete our audit and we get this, the compliance questionnaire results back, we always get together as in our office and our staff, and we review every single one, and we go over what could we have done differently, what do we need to change the procedure, do we need to add a procedure to minimize this in the future. So we do take all that very seriously. So that's it. If you have anything you have a question on, you want to discuss before the board meeting, please let Brian or I know. We'd be happy to talk with you. And at the next meeting, then you'll be asked not to approve the audit, but to accept the audit. That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions? All right, let's move on to the next one. Are there any requests for future agenda items? I have one. I asked for quite a while ago. I wanted to see what the range of grades were at our schools, like what percentage of kids are A's, B's, C's. And I haven't seen anything. Can we please get that?
Yeah, sure.
And then, separate out, like, you obviously can't separate any kids out, but like, how is our special ed kids doing compared to our regular class kids, compared to whatever we can do? I just want to see. I personally feel that as a board, part of our deal is we need to make sure that we're doing the best that we can for all of our students, and how we're doing.
Can you also include like the percentage of kids missing work, how often they're late or missing?
Okay. Well, this Larson household, 100%, and they're missing.
That's what I mean. Are they being overloaded, or is it just irresponsible kids, or I'd kind of like to know.
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't speak if I don't know, but I don't think they're being overloaded. That would be my guess.
Well, if you ask a kid, personally,
I'll give an example. When I used to sub, I had a girl in my class one day and she would not sit down and do her work for nothing. She just wanted to talk. Within like a couple of weeks of that day, I was in a group of women, one was her mother, complaining how much work her daughter has.
See,
And
and
not getting done.
that's why I'm asking, because I want to listen to my kid, but I also want to listen to the teachers, just to find out where the problem is, because I don't want to cause issues with my kid, and I don't want to cause issues with the teachers either. But if it's a problem for more than just my kid, maybe there's a bigger problem.
Right. I will do some kind of analysis of missing work or percentage of, maybe I'll do it by teacher or something. I'll figure it out.
It might be a little easier if you came for a visit and observed some classes. So if you ever want to do that, you just let me know. I know you can't come in big groups, obviously, as school board members, but come on your own and let me know.
Okay.
I've subbed, I helped out with some math classes and same thing. I had kids that finished it every day, and I had kids that never did a single problem every day, no matter how many times I talked to them about it, right? So that might give you a better perspective than seeing.
We're just looking for some
For sure, yeah, no, for sure.
comparative, like how are we doing? Because we can't go like when I was in school compared to how school is now, because it's totally different, and we ask way more of our kids.
Mr. Fields might know how to find it or how to do it a little bit better, but on junior high and high school, we give you the GPAs and, and how many kids are in the 3.0 GPA or 3 to 4 GPA, that's the average, right?
Right.
I don't know how we would give you a percentage of missing work. I don't know. If we pulled that. That'd be a little tricky. And if we pulled how many is we could pull out the percentage of how many kids have a missing assignment, but I mean, that could be really high because we've had,
maybe like
hundreds of assignments for each kid by now for this semester, so it'd be a little tricky to get you accurate data with that.
The school website, doesn't it tell you, like, you can go into your kids'
You can go into your own
schedule,
kids
you
and
can see the assignments, what's been turned in, you see everything that's been assigned,
You can
right?
pull it up for the
If the
quarter.
teacher puts it all in there.
Right, yeah, no, you can pull up, missing assignments per kid, but I don't think we can say, hey, what's the average missing assignment average for all of their
Not
work,
really
if that
easy to
makes
pull up,
sense.
Grades, that might be a better way to measure what you're looking for.
Yeah, so just as it seems like, so this is why I'm at, because I want to have some way to measure how we're doing, other than we're doing great. But there's no way to measure it, and other than state tests, because I'm not a 100% believer in, hey, the state says that if you did well on the test, you're great, and if you did horrible on the test, you're whatever, not really great.
No, we can get GPA.
You know what I mean? And it seems like as a coach, because I see DNF lists, our DNF lists keep going. I mean, we're like
You should coach the
4 or
girls
5.
team, because these ones up here.
Apparently, but I mean, we
Got
got
great.
5 pages of DNF lists. It's like, what the heck, man?
Do parents know how to navigate the website to find everything?
It depends on the parents.
Yeah.
We have some
Well,
that
I'm
check
just
every
saying, like,
day.
maybe that's an issue,
Could be, could be.
And I didn't
Typically
even
when I
know I
have,
could have the app on my phone for a while that I could,
for sure.
but
I do, so typically if parents have questions about grades and stuff, I try to push them that way. And check it on their own. And help them out if they don't.
Parent-teacher conferences too, which we just finished up.
And we do, our rule is at junior high school is that each teacher gives at least 2 assignments per week that go in the grade book. Some do 1 every day, some only do the 2. Some only do 1 and I have to tell them to do it no more, So, but that's the average per class per week. Just so you're aware. In fact, I think that's in policy.
Maybe procedure, something like that. We changed when we went to 4-day, but yeah.
Anyway, I'm just looking for a way to grade ourselves, how we're doing.
I hear you, and I'll work on it.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. You need to go.
It's not a thing for the next meeting, but there is a conference coming up. Julie, do you want to say in June?
Yes,
In
and I
Flagstaff?
should have written down the exact title of the conference, but it is a leadership conference in Flagstaff held at Little America. It's June 5th, 6th, and 7th, which is, the pre-conference is the 5th, and that's for new board members. I mean, there's some sessions for board. They did not have a pamphlet that I could download and print. You'll need to go to ASBA and look at it. It opens up on Monday. If you would like to go, I would need to know before Monday to be able to register you.
In Seattle.
This
But
was popular with school administrators and
It's
some
good
teachers.
to learn teamwork. They put you with your other board members of your, like if we had 3 board members going, they would work with you as a team. And with administrators, but it's not one of the big ones. But if you'd like to go, I'd be happy to help you find out more information.
I can talk it to you, so not making me go to Seattle.
Maybe that'll be like a school.
All right.
Thank you.
Upcoming meetings and events. Anything we need to, I mean, we're in May, so May 13th is the next board meeting, 6 o'clock. Any problems foreseen on the calendar? I mean, May hits, we're pretty busy.
The awards program is usually right around there.
Yeah, last year we had it on the same night.
Yeah, it's always been Tuesday, the second to last week, but I'm pretty sure I put it on Monday for this year, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Families can go together.
And then we don't have any graduations until after that, so we can make those meetings at the next board.
Yeah, the following week.
Good, let's hope we don't have anything on May 13th then. Anything else? Do we need newer events or anything?
8
Okay,
o'clock.
I will motion that we end the meeting at 8:01. Do I get a second? I'll vote yes.
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 We are adjourned. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for your time. Work today.